Hello everyone, and welcome to my newest challenge for Digimon World. My name, Jesse. My Digimon's name, GA968. And I answered the first two questions so that Gabumon will be the Digimon that I start off with. The first question, do you have a Digivice? I picked no, which meant that the second question was, do I have any friends? When I was asked about whether I have a Digivice, if I had said yes, then the second question that I would have been asked would have been whether or not I preferred day or night. When asked if you have any friends, if you say yes, then you start off with Agumon. If you say no, then you start off with Gabumon. If you're asked if you prefer day or night, if you pick day, then you start off with Agumon. If you pick night, then you start off with Gabumon. Usually Agumon is my preference, and so I answer the questions so that I begin the game with Agumon, but for this particular challenge I felt that Gabumon was the preferable option, and this is a no attacks challenge, which is where I'm not allowed to use a single technique during any of the battles that I get into. So Sonic Jab, Spitfire, Poison Claw, Winter Blast, Ice Statue, Bug, Green Trap, Power Crane, whatever the technique might be, I'm not allowed to use any techniques in any of the battles that I get into. I'm not allowed to, use any regular attacks. The only way that I'm allowed to do any damage in battles is with finishes, so I'm allowed to use finishes in battles, but apart from that, I'm not allowed to attack in any sort of way. This should prove to be a very big challenge, not only because of my inability to use techniques and the fact that I have to rely on finishes to do damage, but also because of how hard it can be to stop your Digimon from using attacks in battles. Because in order for your Digimon to not attack, you would have to tell your Digimon to either, the command that you pick would have to either be distance or defensive. Distance requires you to have 300 brains, defensive requires you to have 400, so before I proceed with the game and have the battle against Agumon in the native forest, I'm going to need to have a minimum of 300 brains so that I've got the distance command, so that I can tell my Digimon to keep its distance, which will stop it from attacking. But even with that, it's still very difficult, because there are some battles where your Digimon will attack before you have time to pick distance or defensive, and that's not allowed, and so I have to try to find some sort of solution to stop my Digimon from attacking. as I speak, I am doing post-commentary. I have already, recorded the video that you're watching, and I'm watching it back and adding commentary while watching it. And there were various ideas that I had in my head of how to stop my Digimon from attacking. Because I thought of, battles that I was going to be faced with, and I thought of the potential solutions. I thought of like the battles where I probably wouldn't be able to pick distance or defensive in time. The battles where my Digimon would probably attack before I have chance to pick distance or defensive. And I had a few solutions in my mind, and there were like different battles that I thought would require different solutions, and I did have like a number of ideas in my head. To focus more on the present, you can see that I have Gabumon as my Digimon, and the Digimon that I'm aiming to Digivolve to is Dremolgemon, and the reason why I don't always feed Gabumon is because of care mistakes, which is one of the things that influences your Digivolution. And I also praised Gabumon a few times, and that was to lower his discipline, because happiness and discipline is another thing that can affect Digivolutions, as well as stats and weight. If I check the Digivolution guide that I was using, the Digimon that I'm aiming for, Dremolgemon, to Digivolve to him, you need to have a minimum of 100 attack, and that's the only stat requirement. Care mistakes have to be a minimum of 3, and not feeding your Digimon is a care mistake, and I'm earning the care mistakes by not feeding Gabumon sometimes. When your Digimon starts to signal for food, you have up to an hour and a half to feed it. If you don't feed your Digimon in that time, then the food bubble will go away, and that will count as a care mistake. And I've been told that apparently if you sleep when your Digimon wants to eat, but you sleep without feeding your Digimon, apparently that doesn't count as a care mistake. And if you train when your Digimon wants to eat, and when you're done training, if your Digimon then no longer wants to eat, then apparently that counts as double. So when you train, an hour goes by, so if your Digimon starts signalling for food and you train, then you'll have half an hour left to feed it. If you train again, then your Digimon will no longer want to eat, because you would have passed the hour and a half point. And apparently doing that counts as 2 care mistakes instead of just 1. Apparently it counts as double. So when I was playing, I had no objection with letting Gabumon sleep when he wanted to eat, but when training, I didn't want to get the... I didn't want to pass the hour-and-a-half point by training, because I was advised that the care mistake would count as double. So there was a time where, before training my brains, I paused and waited for the food bubble to go away before I then trained brains, so that I would only get one care mistake instead of two. I'm just going by what I've been told, what I've, read online. So going back to Dromolgemon, weight 35 to 45, I won't fulfill that requirement. And then one of the bonus conditions is for your happiness to be at least 50%. I am currently fulfilling that requirement, and I aim to have a minimum of 3 care mistakes, as well as a minimum of 100 attack, in order to fulfill 3 of the requirements for Digivolve into Dromolgemon. I believe that you have to fulfill at least 3 requirements in order to Digivolve to the Digimon that you're aiming for, but you don't need to fulfill all 4 requirements. That's what I've been told. And not feeding your Digimon is one care mistake. Having it mess on the floor is another care mistake. And I've been told that there's a 3rd care mistake, which is linked to sleeping. But I'm not entirely sure what the care mistake is exactly. I'm not sure if you have to not let your Digimon sleep at all in order for it to count as a care mistake, or if you have to simply make it to the next hour before you let your Digimon sleep. Because your Digimon will start to signal for sleep, and I don't know if making it to the end of that hour without letting your Digimon sleep is the care mistake, or if you have to not let your Digimon sleep at all. But to avoid extra care mistakes, my aim was to let Gabumon sleep on the hour where he started to signal for sleep. As well as being able to Digivolve to Dromolgemon, there are other Digimon that Gabumon can Digivolve to. Centauramon, the stat requirement is 100 brains, which we have fulfilled. Because obviously I need to have a minimum of 300 brains in order to have the distance command, so I have been training my brains a lot, trying to get it up to 300. So I am fulfilling the stat requirement for Centauramon. Care mistakes 3 or less. Well, the requirement for Dromolgemon was 3 or more, so if I was to go up to 4 care mistakes, then I would still be fulfilling the requirement for Dromolgemon, while also not fulfilling the requirement for Centauramon. weight requirement for Centaurimon is 25 to 35, won't be fulfilling that. And one of the bonus conditions is for discipline to be at a minimum of 60%, and that's why I praised Gabumon earlier to get his discipline down into the negative. Gabumon's no longer signalling for food, so I went back to training. Learnt Dynamite Kick, which was not intentional. So yeah, I'm fulfilling the stat requirement for Centaurimon, but it's possible to not fulfill any of the other requirements. I can Digivolve to Monochromon, stat requirements 1000 HP, 100 defense and brains. Well, I'm not fulfilling the stat requirement for Monochromon. Care mistakes 3 or less, same as Centaurimon. So all the more reason to get my... So it would make more sense to have 4 care mistakes, so that I'm not fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Monochromon. Weight 35 to 45, won't fulfill that. One of the bonus conditions is to have 5 battles or less. I will fulfill that. Gabumon can Digivolve to Tyrannomon. Stat requirements 1000 HP and 100 defense, won't fulfill that. Care mistakes 5 or less, will fulfill that. Weight 25 to 35, won't fulfill that. Battle, well, one of the bonus conditions is to have 5 or less battles. I will fulfill that. So I will fulfill the care mistake requirement bonus condition, but not the weight requirement or the stat requirement. So Centaurimon, Monochromon, Dromodramon, Tyrannomon, Olgamon. Stat requirement 1000 HP, 100 attack, won't fulfill that. Care mistakes 5 or more, won't fulfill that. Weight 25 to 35, won't fulfill that. And I won't fulfill the bonus condition. You need to either have a minimum of 15 battles or a minimum of 35 techniques, so I won't be fulfilling the bonus requirement for Olgamon. In fact, I won't be fulfilling any of the conditions for Olgamon. And then the only other Digimon Gabumon can Digivolve to is Garulamon. Stat requirement 1000 MP and 100 speed, won't fulfill the stat requirement for Garulamon. Care mistakes maximum of 1, well I've gone above 1, so I won't fulfill the care mistake requirement for Garulamon. Weight 25 to 35, won't fulfill that. Bonus conditions, either a minimum of 90% discipline or a minimum of 28 techniques, won't be fulfilling either of those. I was aware of the possible Digivolutions and the requirements when I was playing the game, because I read the guide beforehand, so I knew what to do. Oh, okay, we're Digivolving. I knew what to do in order to Digivolve to Dromodramon, who was the Digimon that I was aiming for, and I also knew what not to do in order to avoid the requirements for the other Digimon that Gabumon can Digivolve to, who I don't want to Digivolve to. And Dromodramon is the Digimon that I have digivolved to. Our brains is our highest stat, being over 300, which is enough for us to have the distance command. And I now sleep just before going into the Agumon battle. Our attack is Sonic Jab, which is a close range attack, but hopefully we can pick the distance command before Dremolgemon is able to get close enough to Agumon in order to use Sonic Jab. Yeah, there we go. I managed to pick distance before Dremolgemon made it up to the Agumon, because Sonic Jab is a close range attack, so Dremolgemon had to make it up to Agumon in order to be able to use Sonic Jab, but I was able to pick the distance command before Dremolgemon made it up to Agumon. And so I was able to stop Dremolgemon from attacking, and the plan now is to just keep my distance, wait for my finish gauge to fill up, and then try to defeat Agumon with my finish. The reason why I chose Gabumon as my starting Digimon instead of Agumon is because Gabumon's the technique that Gabumon has is Sonic Jab, which is a close range attack, whereas Agumon starts with Spitfire, which is not a close range attack. You have to be a bit of distance away in order to be able to do Spitfire. And so I was thinking about the first battle, the battle against Agumon, and it would take longer for a Digimon to run up to Agumon and use Sonic Jab as opposed to using Spitfire, because you wouldn't have to be as close in order to use Spitfire. So I wanted to have a close range attack equipped so that I would hopefully be able to pick the distance command instead. So I wanted Gabumon so that I would have Sonic Jab, and then I digivolved to Dremolgemon, where I continued to have Sonic Jab, and being a close range attack, when I start a battle and I'm a bit of distance away from the opponent, it gives me a small bit of time to pick the distance command to stop my Digimon from attacking, and to keep my distance instead, I just have to pick the distance command before attacking, so I need to pick distance before Dremolgemon makes it up to the opposing Digimon and then attacks with Sonic Jab. But I thought that it would be helpful to have a close range attack equipped, so that for any battle where there's distance between my Digimon and the opposing Digimon, there's always the opportunity to try and pick the distance command before my Digimon has the chance to attack. Whereas with an attack where you attack from longer range, if we start the battle with distance between my Digimon and the opposing Digimon, then it would be a lot harder to pick the distance command in time before my Digimon has a chance to attack the opposing Digimon. So that's pretty much why I chose Gabumon as my starting Digimon. I just wanted a close range attack to begin with, but having a close range attack is not the solution to every battle, because there are some battles that you get into where your Digimon is a very close range to the opposing Digimon, and if you have Sonic Jab as your only attack, then your Digimon will probably immediately use Sonic Jab, because at the start of the battle your Digimon will be close enough in order to use Sonic Jab, and so you wouldn't be able to pick distance in time. But so Sonic Jab wouldn't work for every battle, but I did have ideas in my head for solutions for such battles. You know, I was aware of the possibility, I was aware of the certainty that there would be some battles where only having Sonic Jab just wouldn't work. But, you know, I had, you know, solutions in mind, or ideas in mind of ways around that problem. And having gotten Agumon out of the way, I now have access to the other places within close proximity of the city, and I'm now heading to the Cola Point so that I can speak to Colamon and then make it across to the tropical jungle, but I am also looking out for Digimushrooms and Happy Mushrooms. From here, I speak to Betamon and recruit him, and then I go to the Amida Forest with the intention of recruiting Centaurimon, but as well as simply recruiting Centaurimon, there were also certain items that I was hoping to collect from the Amida Forest, because there are various items lying around. When I started the game, I knew for certain that I would need to collect a Mouldy Meat and High Speed Disc from the Amida Forest, and also a Happy Mushroom if I don't find one beforehand. if I find a happy mushroom before going to the Amida Forest, then I wouldn't try and find a happy mushroom from the Amida Forest because I'd already have one. But by the time I make it up to the Amida Forest, if I haven't found a happy mushroom, then I would aim to get a happy mushroom from the Amida Forest, as well as the mouldy meat and high-speed disc. As things stand, I haven't found a happy mushroom, and so the plan is to collect a happy mushroom from the Amida Forest, as well as the mouldy meat and high-speed disc. So I always pick the path on the left, then pick every turn-in that's available. Until I get to here, and then what I do next depends on which exit is the correct one. The exit on the left I am able to go to no problem. So if I don't want to succeed at the Amida Forest because I'm still hunting for items, then if the exit on the left is not the correct exit, then I would pick the exit on the left. But here it is the correct exit, so I want to avoid it, which means I have to pick one of the two other exits, which requires me to get shot, unfortunately. I can make it to the exit on the left without getting shot, but when going to the exit, if I have to go to a different exit, then I have to get shot, and once again the correct exit is the exit on the left, so I can't go that way, so I have to get shot again, and this puts my HP down to the point where we then return to the start of the Amida Forest, and to be able to explore the Amida Forest again, I have to recover HP, which I do by using a small recovery. Then I go back to continuing with the Amida Forest, and there's the happy mushroom, which is the only other item that I need from the Amida Forest. This time, well, now I want the correct exit, so ideally I would want the correct exit to be the exit on the left so that I could go straight to it without any hassle, but the correct exit is the one in the middle, which means that I have to get shot, because in order to be able to go to the exit in the middle, I have to get shot. So I'm reviving HP so that I can survive getting shot, and that I wouldn't and because I need to be able to survive getting shot so that I don't then get sent back to the start after getting shot. So I revived HP, I got shot, and now I can go to the exit in the middle, which is the correct one, and now Centauromon will join the city, and I have the Happy Mushroom high-speed disc and mouldy meat that I was after, as well as other items as well. The happy mushroom is to be traded with one of the Moldramons in Friesland, as is the high speed disc. So the happy mushroom and high speed disc will go towards recruiting Moldramon, because in order to recruit Moldramon you have to trade at least one of each item with all of the Moldramon. There are 3 Moldramon in total who each want 3 different items, and you have to trade all 9 of those items in order to recruit Moldramon. Have to trade at least one of each item with all 3 of the Moldramons. So the happy mushroom and high speed disc will go towards recruiting Moldramon, whereas the mouldy meat is to be reserved in the item bank, and I am to use it to make a particular Digimon sick in Friesland. In order to recruit Frigimon, you have to go to Friesland with a Digimon that can't tolerate the cold. You have to get sick and then get rescued by Frigimon, and you then have to return to Frigimon with a Digimon who can tolerate the cold, and then when you speak to Frigimon he'll join the city afterwards. So the mouldy meat is to stay in the item bank, and then when I have a Digimon that can't tolerate the cold, go to Friesland and make the Digimon sick by giving it a mouldy meat, and then get rescued by Frigimon, thus taking the first step towards recruiting Frigimon. Mouldy meat is an item that always makes your Digimon sick when you feed it to your Digimon, so the easiest way of getting sick is with a mouldy meat. Now that Colamon has joined the city, we are now up to 6 prosperity points, which means that if we speak to Yoramon in the File City, then he will mention about the invisible bridge at the Great Canyon. By speaking to Yoramon and being told about the invisible bridge, we will be able to enter the Great Canyon and explore further from there. The only thing is that Yoramon currently isn't active. I believe that Yoramon is active between 7 AM and 6 PM. It's currently 11 PM, so Yoramon won't be active until 6 AM. Wait, no, 7 AM, which is over 7 hours away. So we will have to pass time before we can speak to Yoramon. When a rookie Digimon joins the city, that earns you 1 prosperity point. When a champion Digimon joins the city, that earns you 2 prosperity points. And when an ultimate Digimon joins the city, that earns you 3 prosperity points, with the exception of 3 champion Digimon who aren't considered to be very good, and as a result of that they only earn you 1 prosperity point when you recruit them, and they are the 3 Filth Digimon, Sukamon, Numamon and Nanimon. Here I speak to Centauromon, and that's so that Unamon will show up at the Mount Panorama, and so when we go to Mount Panorama, Unamon will be there, and there will be the opportunity for us to recruit Unamon. Colamon and Betamon have opened up the item shop. I don't need the defense discs. Medium MPs are useless. Don't need the Omni Disc. Don't need 2 high-speed discs. Dromojamon still wants to eat, so I decide to purchase a handful of meats, and I attempt to feed Dromojamon, but there's a bit of a problem. Feed him 1, then I go to feed him another, and then another, and then I realise, hold on, my happiness has gone down, and then I realise that Dromojamon no longer wants to eat, and so it looks like that when I started feeding him, an hour and a half had passed, so I didn't feed Dromojamon in time, and so he then stopped signalling for food, and then by giving him more meat I was force feeding him, and that caused his happiness and discipline to go down, so I didn't feed him in time, and that is a care mistake. In this challenge, MP is completely useless, because you need MP in order to do attacks, but this is a no attacks challenge, which therefore means that MP is completely useless, and MP recovery items are also completely useless. I sold the restore, the bandages, the MP floppies, the medium MP, and the medicine. Currently have 5 meats, which I think is enough in order to feed him once, because when the food bubble appears, it tends to take 5 meats in order to fill him up. So by having 5 meats on me, it looks like I'll be able to feed him once. The mouldy meat I don't currently need, because I don't have a suitable Digimon in order for Frigimon to rescue us, but the rest of the items are useful. The high-speed disc and the happy mushroom and the Digimushrooms, plus the medium HPs, can all be used for trades with the Moldramons, and one of the small recoveries can be used to aid the Unimon at Mount Panorama. And the autopilot, well, it's always useful to have an autopilot in your inventory so that you can make a fast return to the city should you ever need to. So I'm training HP to give myself better stats and to also pass time, because I need to speak to Yoramon before I can go any further with the game. Every time you train, an hour goes by, and I need to make it up to 7 AM before Euramon will appear. Okay, Dromodramon wants to sleep and he wants to eat as well, and it's 6 AM, so the next hour, 7 AM, is when Euramon will show up for the first time. 7 AM is when Euramon, starts to show and is available, I think, until 6 PM. But I decided to sleep, and I think it's now 4 PM, and Euramon will be available. And there, Euramon mentioned about the invisible bridge. Well, the small recoveries can be used in battles, and also the Unimon who's in the Mount Panorama, to recruit him you have to offer him something to help with his injury. A small recovery will do the trick and is very cheap, so one of those small recoveries can be used to recruit Unimon, and then 2 more in the infantry, which can be reserved for the next battle that I get into, whichever battle that might be. I am heading to the Great Canyon from here, and I'm also looking out for Digimushrooms and Happy Mushrooms. Digimushrooms might not appear to have much value because they only sell for 50 bits and they only make your Digimon a bit full, which is the same as what the meat does. But Digimushrooms are one of the items that can be traded with one of the Moldramons in Friesland, and in exchange for trading Digimushrooms you get medium recoveries, which cost 500 bits to purchase, and they recover your HP by 1500. All of a sudden Digimushrooms seem a bit more worthwhile if you tell yourself that they can be turned into medium recoveries. And what's better is that there's a different Moldramon who you trade medium recoveries with, and in exchange you get super defense discs, which can be sold for 2000 bits, which is enough to purchase 4 medium recoveries, which means that every Digimushroom that you collect can be exchanged for a medium HP, which can be exchanged for a super defense disc, which you can sell for 2000 bits, which effectively gives each Digimushroom the value of 2000 bits. So that's why I look out for Digimushrooms, because you need at least one in order to recruit Moldramon, or to go towards recruiting Moldramon. But then you can also make a big profit by trading loads of Digimushrooms for loads of medium HPs, and then the medium HPs for super defense discs. I choose to look out for happy mushrooms as well, despite the fact that I've already got one, and the reason for that is that you can either exchange it for a hair grower with the Moldramon in Friesland, which you can sell for 2,500 bits, or you can hold on to it. Happy mushrooms are a food item that boosts your Digimon's happiness, and so happy mushrooms do have a bit of use. So that's why I'm looking out for happy mushrooms as well as Digimushrooms. But out of everything that's in my inventory at the moment, I plan to use one of the small recoveries to treat Unimon, and I plan to hold on to the other small recoveries. I plan to hold on to the autopilots and the Digimushrooms, medium recoveries, high speed disc and happy mushroom are all items that I'm planning on trading with Moldramons. If I had a Digimon that couldn't tolerate the cold, then I would also have the mouldy meat in my inventory, so that I could make the Digimon sick in Friesland and get rescued by Frigimon. But Moldramon is able to tolerate the cold, so if we were to make him sick with a mouldy meat, then I don't think Frigimon would rescue us. And so we wouldn't achieve anything by giving the mouldy meat to Moldramon. But from here I am heading towards the Moldramons. But before I trade with the Moldramons, my plan is to challenge Penguinmon to a game of curling, and Moldramon decides that he needs the toilet, so I have to backtrack to the previous area, which is where the toilet is. I gain a Digimushroom out of it, and I gain an Ice Mushroom as well. Ice mushrooms are an item that I am looking out for in Friesland. They are a food item that greatly boosts your discipline, and so, you know, they are a useful item. Happy mushrooms and blue apples boost your happiness. Ice mushrooms greatly boost your discipline. Vitamin C, which is available at the Dino region, boost both happiness and discipline, as well as lowering your tiredness. There can be an ice mushroom where I just looked there. You saw me briefly go to that spot, and I was looking out for ice mushrooms because ice mushrooms can sometimes spawn there, but you can't actually see them. You can't see them, so you don't know if they're there or not. But if you go there, and there is an ice mushroom there, then you will collect it. So I am looking out for ice mushrooms while I'm in Friesland. But like I said, before the trade-in, I'm here to play curling against Penguinmon and hopefully I will beat him, and then he'll join the city afterwards. I had one pegged stone which I used first. I always use pegged stones first. It makes the most sense because when you throw a pegged stone, wherever it stops, it will stay for the rest of the match. It's impossible for the pegged stones to get knocked about, and that's due to the pegs they've got, which, you know, keeps them on the spot and stops them from moving. And then after pegged stones, I then use heavier stones first, and then save the lighter stones until last. Because when you throw your stones and they land on spots, sometimes your opponent will throw stones at your stones and knock them about, and heavier stones are harder to knock about, so by using heavy stones first, your opponent will struggle to knock about your heavy stones more than lighter stones. And not only that, but sometimes you end up in a position where you have to knock your opponent's stones about, and I find it easy. Well, lighter stones are better than heavier stones at knocking your opponent's stones about, whereas heavier stones are better than lighter stones when it comes to your own stones getting knocked about as little as possible. So heavy stones first, light stones last. That's how I always do it. If I've got pegged stones, then pegged stones first, followed by heavier stones, followed by lighter stones. If I don't have any pegged stones, then it's just heavier stones followed by lighter stones. And I managed to win, so Penguinmon will now join the city. I was at 6 prosperity points when I left the city. Barkamon would have brought it up to 8, and Penguinmon would have brought it up to 9. I check for an ice mushroom again, but there isn't one. And then I go to where one of the Moldramons is, check for a Digimushroom, not one there. So trade the Happy Mushroom for a Hair Grower, then trade all of my Digimushrooms for medium recoveries. I speed the video up because it's just me trading over and over again, and then I move on to the next Moldramon. Ooh, sage fruit. That's a food item which boosts your Digimon's brains by 20, or you can sell it for 2,500 bits. And now it's time to trade all of my medium recoveries, so the ones that I had on me beforehand, plus the ones that I got from trading Digimushrooms for medium recoveries. All of those medium recoveries have been traded, and the super defense discs that I've got are to be sold, and I will make a lot of money from selling them. the time being, I am choosing to continue to collect Digimushrooms, because I will return to the Dremolgemons, not the Dremolgemons, the Molgemons. I will return to the Molgemons throughout the game, and if I've got Digimushrooms on me, then I can trade them for medium recoveries. And I'm checking for an ice mushroom down here. There isn't one. So I'm now proceeding through Freezeland and heading for the Misty Trees while still looking out for items that could be of value, most probably Digimushrooms and Ice Mushrooms at the moment, since Freezeland is the place that we're in. Okay, we've made it to this point with very little hassle, I'm pleased to say. So we will be able to make it to the other parts of the Misty Trees, and then we can proceed to the Gecko Swamp and then make our way to the Gear Savannah. I won't be battling Otamamon. I mean, he's not available at the moment anyway, because it's Geckomons instead, but I'm not going to loiter and try and get Otamamon to show up, because I'm not going to battle him yet. I will battle him later on when the timing is right, but at the moment I'm not going to battle him. I'm not going to battle any Digimon just yet. I am aiming for as many prosperity points as possible, so I probably will, battle as many Digimon as possible, but when the timing is right. At the moment I'm avoiding battles, and then later on, when I feel it's more appropriate to have battles, I will try to have the battles. I've come to Trash Mountain to collect the old rod and to recruit Sukamon, which will put me up to 10 prosperity points, and then I will go back to Gear Savannah. There's a bit of stuff to be done in the Gear Savannah, and then when I'm done in the Gear Savannah, I will go to Mount Panorama, which you can get to straight from Gear Savannah. I won't be battling Patamon. I will put him aside for the time being. But Biomon I will try to recruit, because that doesn't require any battling. for a challenge like this, you know, it's very important to enter battles under the right conditions so that you can have the battle in a way where you don't attack, because if you do attack then you foul at the challenge. So you have to, you know, fulfill certain criteria before getting into certain battles. At the very least, it's, you know, wise to save before getting into battles. We haven't saved since the city, so you know, I don't want progress going to waste. So at the moment I'm choosing to avoid battles because I think that's the safest option. And I got frustrated with repeatedly failing, so I then decided to speak to Biyomon before trying again, and Biyomon did then come at last. So I think we're now at 11 prosperity points. No issues with recruiting a Lepmont. I mean, yes, we get shocked and lose HP, but we can recover HP should we need to. The recruitment doesn't require any battles, and we are now at 12 prosperity points. And even though I don't currently have access to the Volume Villa, I am going to trying to go to the shop in the Gears of Armour where you can purchase cards. I'd like to try and get cards which combine to the value of 300 merit points, because the plan is to defeat Otamamon later on, and then have access to the Volume Villa where I speak to Shogun Gekomon, who will make it possible for us to speak to Cherrymon, which gives us access to Toy Town, and also you can trade cards for merit points and then use the merit points to purchase items, one of the items being the Amazing Rod, which costs 300 merit points. So 30 merit points, 60, 70, 80, 90, I need another 210 to come from packs of 3. So 100 points, 130, 160, 190, 200, 210, 220, 230, 240, 250, 260, 270, 275, 285, 290, 295, 300. So everything below Tankmon can be sold. I was meant to sell all 7 of those cards, not just one of them. just to double check. 100 points, 130, 160, 190, 200, 210, 220, 230, 240, 250, 260, 270, 275, 285, 290, 295, 300. Purchased medium recoveries, 98, because there's one at the Mount Panorama, so collecting that will put it up to 99. So from here we go to Mount Panorama. There's the medium recovery to collect along with a various and a medium MP. There's Unimon, who we need to speak to and give him an appropriate item. Small recovery will do. We also need to go to the crop circle and have the character comment on it. That will mean taking the first step towards recruiting Vadermon. Although we won't be recruiting Vadermon anytime soon. Like I said, in order for Unimon to be here, you have to recruit Centauramon beforehand and speak to Centauramon at the clinic so that your character is aware of the clinic, and then Unimon will be at Mount Panorama. We are heading back to the native forest. That's what it says, native forest. You will recognise the area. There were previously boulders there, separating the native forest from the Mount Panorama, but since we went from Mount Panorama to the native forest, the boulders have been cleared, which means that we now have access from the native forest to Mount Panorama thanks to the boulders no longer being there. Going from Mount Panorama to the native forest is one way to clear the boulders. The other is to battle Miramon at the lava cave. We don't currently have access to the lava cave, but we cleared the boulders by travelling from Mount Panorama to the native forest. I decided to purchase 94 meats because I haven't been given meat by Tainemon yet today, and it's possible she might give us 5 pieces of meat. So by having 94, I would either be given 3 and go up to 97, or I'd be given 5 and go up to 99. And I also brought my small recoveries up to 99, and the plan is to use them in battles, and then the medium recoveries either use them in battles or trade them with Moldramons in exchange for super defense discs, and then sell the super defense discs for a large profit. Yeah, it is just 3 meats, so we're up to 97 meats. Every medium recovery costs 500 bits to purchase, and super defense discs sell for 2,000 bits. So it looks like doing the trick of buying medium recoveries and trading them for super defense discs and selling the super defense discs. You make, 4 times what the amount of money you make is 4 times the amount of money that you spent. You buy a medium recovery for 500 bits, trade it for a super defense disc, sell the super defense disc for 2,000 bits, 2,000, that's, 4 times 500. So, the amount of money that you make is 4 times the amount of money that you spend. As for each, medium recovery that you trade for a super defense disc, you're effectively making a profit of 1,500 bits, because you spend 500 bits on the medium recovery, and then you make 2,000 bits by selling the super defense disc. So 2,000 minus the cost of 500 leaves you with a profit of 1,500 bits. Digimon wants to sleep, and he needs the toilet as well. But now that I've been able to buy the best part of 99 meats, we're now in a position where we can feed Dromolgemon when he wants to eat, so we can avoid extra care mistakes, and we can keep his happiness and discipline topped up as well. But before committing myself to any battles, I decide to continue training. With a challenge like this, I'm going to take a lot of damage because I'm only able to attack with finishes. I'm not able to attack with any normal attacks. So, battles are going to take a long time. I'm going to, you know, be hit with a lot of attacks. I'm going to take a lot of damage. So that makes stats important. You know, HP so that I can survive. Well, HP and defense to help me survive attacks. Having high attack to try and do as much damage as possible with my finishes, so that it would hopefully take less finishes in order to defeat Digimon. Brains, that's important because of you know, the significance of the distance command and the defensive command. MP is completely useless. But you saw that I was you know, training my HP because I want to have enough HP in order to, you know, survive the attacks that I'm going to be hit by. And to avoid the sweat bubble, it's a good idea to pause from training and rest. I don't want to get tired because that will cause my happiness and discipline to go down, might shorten my lifespan as well. I want to rest to avoid tiredness, avoid seeing the sweat bubble, and resting at the clinic is more effective than resting on the chair in Digimon's house. And I now decide that attack is what I would like to work on next, because I would like my finishes to do as much damage as possible. You know, try and defeat Digimon with as few finishes as possible. So try to, you know, win battles as quickly as possible. That way you'll get attacked less. So you know, as soon as you defeat a Digimon, the Digimon can no longer attack you. So the quicker you defeat a Digimon, the less you will get attacked, so the less damage you will sustain. Digimon wants to sleep, and I'm now heading to Kunamon's bed because I would like to attempt to battle Kunamon, and if I can successfully defeat him in a way where I don't use any attacks, then that will be progress, because it will be another Digimon recruited at another prosperity point. And Kunamon is one of the more useful recruits because of the shortcut that he creates after you recruit him. the shortcut from the File City to the Digimon Bridge. And I've chosen to go to Kunamon's bed when Dramoljamon wants to sleep, so that I can sleep and save, and then if I am not successful with Kunamon, if Dramoljamon attacks Kunamon before I'm able to pick the distance command, then all I have to do is reload, and then I won't have to travel far at all in order to speak to Kunamon and try again. And I decide to go to the native forest here and sleep here because I want to try to go to Kunamon's bed with Dramoljamon where he will be when I enter Kunamon's bed from the area that I'm at, and I want to try and go to Kunamon and speak to him with Dramoljamon being on the right, being as far away as possible. Kunamon goes down, and I'm hoping that I can pick the distance command in time. I'm hoping that there's enough distance between Kunamon and Dramoljamon in order for me to pick the distance command. There, I've managed it. So I was able to pick distance before Dramoljamon was able to get close enough to Kunamon in order to attack him with Sonic Jab, so I didn't attack, and I picked the distance command, and now it's just a case of waiting for our finish gauge to fill up so that we can damage Kunamon and hopefully defeat him. Our HP is over 2000, we've got HP recovery items, so I don't foresee any risk of Kunamon defeating us. I think it's just about making sure we don't attack Kunamon, because that will mean failing the challenge. And if I was to get flattened, then it's crucial that distance is the command, because attacking while flattened will mean failing the challenge. Attacking while flattened isn't allowed, the same as using regular techniques. So you either have to not get flattened, or if you do get flattened, then you need for distance or defensive to be the command. Another concern with status harm is the risk of getting confused, because if you're confused, then even if the command is distance or change target, your Digimon might still attack, and then that would mean failing the challenge. Okay, it's going to take 2 finishes, and I picked distance again because after your Digimon uses a finish, I think your Digimon then goes by the auto command. After using a finish, you then have to pick the distance command again, otherwise your Digimon will attack, and that is against the rules. I was saying about confusion is if you're confused and you attack, then even if you don't hit the Digimon with your attack, it's still against the rules. You know, using a technique is against the rules regardless of whether it hits the opposing Digimon, and simply attempting to use a technique is against the rules as well, even if the technique doesn't get performed properly. So confusion is something that has to be avoided. Either you have to use a various to cure your Digimon's confusion before it does any attacks, or you have to use a protective floppy to stop it from getting confused in the first place, or you need to be lucky and for your Digimon to not attack while it's confused. Okay, we've got another finish, and this will defeat him. So, I think Unimon put it up to 14 prosperity points. Kunamon will put it up to 15. MP chip, that is completely useless. This is a challenge where you have to play the game in a way where MP is useless. So the MP chip has... oh, blue apple. The MP chip has no value, so we will sell it. The money that you make from selling it is the only value that an MP chip has in this challenge. I want to hold on to the blue apple and happy mushroom. Bring my small recoveries back to the maximum. Have a handful of variouses on me. Put my meats back up to the maximum. The happy mushroom and blue apple can go in the item bank. The rest of the items can stay in my inventory. Yoramon has told us about the bandits at the Great Canyon, which means that when we next go to the Great Canyon, Olgamon will show up if we go to his trigger spot. Well, after making progress by defeating Kunamon, I wouldn't want progress to go to waste, so I decide to save before I go any further. I then use the shortcut that Kunamon created. And I'm heading to where Palmon is, because Palmon is the next Digimon that I'm hoping to recruit. But I'll need to enter the battle in a way where there is reasonable distance between Dramoldramon and Palmon. So I'll just... okay, we're now in a position where if we speak to Palmon once more, she will battle us, and I want to try and get a lead on Dramoljamon. Okay, hopefully we can pick distance before Dramoljamon is able to make it up to Palmon. No problem. So, much like with the Kunamon battle, it's just about waiting for our finish gorge to fill up so that we can defeat Palmon with our finishes. And even though I've got Variuses in my inventory, I calculated that using Variuses to cure poison would probably be less cost effective than to leave the poison uncured, take damage from it, and then recover HP with small recoveries. Yeah, my calculations were that using small recoveries to recover HP would be cheaper than using Variuses to cure the poison, even though being poisoned will mean losing more HP. You have to remember that, you know, if we use a Varius and cure poison and then get poisoned again, then we would have to then use another Varius to cure the poison, and if we keep getting poisoned, then we'd have to keep using Variuses. Variuses cost 300 bits, whereas small recoveries cost 100 bits, so 3 small recoveries costs what 1 Varius costs, so recovering 1500 HP costs what it would cost to cure poison just once. Our finished gorge is there, and I wanted to wait for a suitable opportunity before using it. Palmon used her finish, now we use ours. Kunamon took 2 finishes to defeat. But Palmon only took 1. So I think we're up to 16 prosperity points now. And the meat farm will be upgraded, so we'll have giant meats instead of regular meats. So it will be so, you know, we'll have a more filling food item available to us when feeding our Digimon, and also giant meat is one of the items that's needed for a Moljamon trade, so that makes giant meat particularly useful. And you have to recruit Palmon in order to be able to recruit Vegemon, because you need Tainomon to mention about a plant growing at the tropical jungle. I think you need a minimum of 9 prosperity points and to have recruited Palmon in order for Tainomon to mention about the plant at the tropical jungle. There, she's mentioned it. And you also need the rain plant, and in order to get the rain plant, you need Tainemon to be in the position that she's in, and she only goes into that position after you recruit Palmon, and then on day 15 the rain plant will be there next to Tainemon, and you can collect the rain plant and then use the rain plant to recruit Vegemon. The brain chip does have value along with the defense chip, and I decided to put them both into the item bank for later, whereas the MP chip I sold because it has no value at all. Out of the weak Digimon who are near the city, Dromolgemon I think is the only one we haven't battled. We've battled Agumon, Powermon, Kunamon. I think that just leaves Dromolgemon out of the weak Digimon who are near the File City. And although the Dromolgemon doesn't join the city when you defeat him, defeating the Dromolgemon does enable you to carry dirt for a different Dromolgemon and have access to the lava cave, which results in you being able to recruit Miramon plus the Dromolgemon that you carried the dirt for, as well as Leomon, and it's also recruiting Miramon is something that you have to do in order to be able to recruit Leomon and also speak to Nanimon at one of his 5 locations. Yeah, I've gone straight into the Dromolgemon battle, and obviously you know what needs to happen. And I just about picked distance in time, but that must have been close because the opposing Dromolgemon used Sonic Jab, so I got close enough for the Dromolgemon to use Sonic Jab, but I picked distance in time so that we didn't attack the Dromolgemon. And judging by Dromolgemon's HP and the amount of damage that our finish did against Palmon and Kunamon, I'm guessing it will take at least 2 finishes to defeat Dromolgemon, but hopefully it won't take any more than 2. Two finishes is what it took, and from here we can speak to the other Dromolgemon and make a start with the dirt carrion. When it comes to completing the game and making it up to 100 prosperity points, it's not compulsory to do the dirt carrion. It is compulsory to defeat the Dromolgemon that we just defeated, and it is compulsory to speak to the Dromolgemon that we're about to speak to, but it's not compulsory to do the dirt carrion. Either you have to speak to this Dromolgemon and then leave and come back in 5 days' time, and he'll be done digging, and you'll be able to go to the lava cave, providing you've got a Digimon that can move the boulder out of the way. Because separating the drill tunnel from the lava cave is a large boulder that has to be moved, and it can only be moved with a champion Digimon or an ultimate Digimon, not a rookie Digimon, not a baby Digimon or in training Digimon. And I did pause here and I speeded the video up so you saw the minutes go by, but I then returned and carried on. So okay, saying about Digimon being tired, so we can't do any more just yet. So when that Dromolgemon's done, then there's a boulder, get the boulder out of the way, and then you go to the lava cave. If you don't do the dirt carrion, then after speaking to the Dromolgemon, you have to return 5 days later, and he'll be done digging, so you can then, you know, proceed to where the large boulder is, and if you can move the boulder, then you'll go to the lava cave. And if you decide to do the dirt carrying, then you have to carry 10 bits of dirt in total, and if you do all of the dirt carrying, then you just have to leave and come back, and the Dromolgemon will be done, and you'll be able to go to where the boulder is, and then if you can move the boulder, then you can go to the lava cave. So it's quicker to do the dirt carrying because it will mean getting to the lava cave quicker, but it's not compulsory. But there are advantages to doing the dirt carrying, because every time you carry the dirt you get 500 bits and your HP goes up by 50, and your attack and defense goes up by 5. So doing all 10 of the dirt carries would mean receiving 5,000 bits, 500 HP, and 50 attack and defense. I've made a good start with the dirt carrying, and I can return later on and continue from where I left off, providing I don't leave it for 5 days, because then the Dromodramon would be done and there wouldn't be the option to do more dirt carrying. But if I return within 5 days, then I can carry on from where I left off, and after making a good start with the dirt carrying and making a bit of progress, I decided to put the dirt carrying on hold, and I, rested a couple of times to, restore energy, and then I did a bit of training at the Green Gym, and now I'm heading back to the Gecko Swamp, because I would like to attempt to battle Otamamon and give myself access to the Volume Villa, and I want to go about it in a way where I can sleep at the Gecko Swamp, so that I'll be able to save, and then if I get into a battle with Otamamon and attack before I pick the distance command, then I can reload and try again. So I'm heading there at a time where Dromodramon will want to sleep when I'm at the Gecko Swamp, so I can sleep before challenging Otamamon. Okay, Dromodramon does now want to sleep, but I can't let him sleep here because I want to sleep at the Gecko Swamp, so I need to carry on, and I will have to keep Dromodramon awake against his will, because we're not going to make it to the Gecko Swamp on this hour. No chance at all. And to avoid getting into a battle with Olgamon, I have to go this way and fall off the cliff. That will take me down to the lower parts of the Great Canyon, and I can then use the elevator to take me up so that I will be able to avoid Olgamon. But falling off the cliff is something that you can only do once, so falling off the cliff as a way of avoiding Olgamon is not something that I'm going to be able to do again. And if I needed to go to somewhere that's past where Olgamon is, and I want to avoid Olgamon, then the only way would be to go from the native forest to Mount Panorama, and then get to wherever it is I want to get to by, going from the Mount Panorama to Gear Savannah to the Gecko Swamp, Misty Trees, etc, etc. And to get to Otamamon, it might have been quicker to have gone through Mount Panorama instead, but I'm not just going after Otamamon. I also want to do more trading with the Moldramons. So I've gone about it in a way where I'm in Friesland and I can do trading with the Moldramons, and then I can make my way to the Gecko Swamp from there. I want to trade my medium recoveries for super defense discs so that I can then sell the super defense discs at a profit. And you'll notice that when the clock struck the hour that I'm now on, I scolded Dromolgemon just before the clock struck the hour, and I did that to produce an animation as we were entering a new hour. When you enter a new hour and your Digimon wants to sleep and you don't let it sleep, your happiness and discipline goes down, which obviously is bad, but there is a way to stop that from happening, and that's to produce an animation when you enter the next hour. So I scolded Dromolgemon to produce an animation while we were entering the next hour, and as a result of that, our happiness and discipline didn't go down from not letting Dromolgemon sleep because of the animation that got created. Since we scolded Dromolgemon, our happiness still went down, but our discipline didn't. You know, that was better than doing nothing and having our happiness and discipline both go down. And I speeded the video up when I was trading medium recoveries with the Moldramon, and while I was doing the trading, I think I fed a giant meat to Dromolgemon, because Dromolgemon wanted to eat, and our happiness and discipline is better than it was. And I think I gave the giant meat to Dromolgemon as we were entering the next hour, which is the hour that we are now on. And so by feeding Dromolgemon, I produced another animation, so it stopped our happiness and discipline from going down when reaching the next hour. In fact, obviously the fact that we fed Dromolgemon had a positive effect on our happiness and discipline. And I traded my Digi mushrooms for medium recoveries, so I've got some medium recoveries in my inventory. That will save me from having to buy 99 medium recoveries in order to make it back to 99 medium recoveries, because obviously some came from trading Digi mushrooms. And I'm now in a position where I'm not really interested in Digimushrooms anymore, because they're now considered to be small fry, and that's due to the amount of money that I've got. It's very easy for me to purchase 99 medium recoveries and trade them for super defense discs and make loads of money from it. And so I'm not really interested in going out of my way for Digimushrooms, just because they're now small fry from my point of view. Well, if we can make it through the misty trees straight away, then we might be able to let Dramoljamon sleep on this hour. But that's no good. Okay, we won't be sleeping on this hour. At least we have now made it this far. And it's now a later hour, but we should be able to let Dramoljamon sleep on this hour. The first hurdle is getting Otamamon to show up. No joy, so we have to try again. Okay, Otamamon is now here, but before I speak to him, I want to have sort of a lead on Dramoljamon, because I want Dramoljamon to be a distance away from Otamamon. That looks like a big distance. And it was enough of a distance in order for us to be able to pick the distance command in time. So we have to rely on finishes, of course, and it looks like, well, if I was to estimate, I would say it's probably going to take 2 finishes to defeat Otamamon, judging by the amount of HP he's got and how much damage our finishes have generally done so far. So probably going to take 2 finishes. All I can do is keep my distance in the meantime. Okay, we now have access to the volume villa, so I can help myself to the amazing rod. Cherrymon will be available. There's no point in going to Cherrymon yet, because there's no point in going to Toy Town unless we have Numamon as our Digimon, so we can digivolve to Muncymon. Going to Toy Town at the moment won't accomplish anything, but at least Cherrymon will be available for when we do go there. So speak to the Gekomon on the right. So he mentions about Shogun Gekomon collecting cards. That's all of our cards. And just enough merit points for the amazing rod. I want to go to the item shop, sell the super defense discs, buy back however many medium recoveries I need in order to put my medium recoveries up to 99. Max out on variouses. And autopilots. Get 99 portable potties. Got all the meat I need. I've got 99 medium recoveries in my inventory, so there's the option of trading them for more super defense discs in the future. I am still looking out for happy mushrooms because they have use, but I've said that I no longer have any interest in Digimushrooms. Now that I've got the amazing rod, I'm going to catch the 2 fish that are needed for Moldramon trades, Black Trout and Digi-Anchovy, both of which can be caught using meat. And now I head back to the drill tunnel, intent on seeing to the rest of the dirt carrying. I'm just thinking about the Moldramons. One of them, I've traded Digimushrooms and Happy Mushrooms, but still need a Super Carrot. One of them, I've traded Giant Meat and High Speed Disc, but still need a Black Trout, which I've got in my inventory. One of them, I've traded Medium Recoveries, but still need an Omni Floppy and a Digi-Anchovy. Digi-Anchovy I've got in my inventory. Omni Floppy I don't currently have, but an Omni Floppy is the item that you get in return when you trade a Super Carrot. When you give a Super Carrot to the Moldramon that wants a Super Carrot, he gives you an Omni Floppy, so that's where my Omni Floppy will come from. Really the only item I'm lacking is the Super Carrot, and the easiest way to get one of those is to buy one from Digimon after you recruit Digimon, although that's something that can't be done until day 15 because of the requirement of a rain plant. When you defeat Red Digimon, sometimes Red Digimon drops a Super Carrot, but I think it would be easier just to buy one from Digimon after recruiting him. Since the dirt pile went back to being how it was originally, I wasn't sure of the amount of progress that had been made, but when speaking to the Moldramon, it became clear that I had done all 10 lots, so the lava cave is available as of now. And I decide to go back to training, and I want to get my brains so that it's close to 350, because I would like to try and learn counter. That's a technique that I think will prove to be a useful technique to have, and I want to try and learn it from training my brains, when I get my brains up to 350, there'll be the opportunity for me to learn a technique. But there are other techniques that I will probably learn first, so learning counter probably isn't going to be a cinch. It probably is going to require a bit of work and a bit of patience. When you train your brains, when your brains is under 100, the only command that you have is the auto command. To get your brains up to 100, you learn the attack command. Get your brains up to 200, you learn the moderate command. Get your brains up to 300, you learn distance and change target. Get your brains up to 400, you learn defensive. Get your brains up to 500, you learn the enabled technique. And when it comes to learning techniques by training brains, there's the option, the possibility of you to learn a new technique when your brain stat makes it up to a multiple of 50, which isn't also a multiple of 100, starting at 150. So there's the opportunity for you to learn a technique when your brains makes it up to 150 or 250 or 350 or 450. I'm not so sure how it works after that, but I do know that when I get my brains up to 350, there will be the possibility of me learning a technique. So I'm trying to get my brains close to 350 so that my brain stat, so that I'll only have to train brains once more in order to get my brains up to 350. In this challenge, it occurred to me that counter would be a very useful technique to have, because there are some battles where when I enter the battle, my Digimon will be very close to the opposing Digimon, and I would immediately use a close range technique such as Sonic Jab. So I need an alternative, and I thought that counter would be a really good technique to have, because if counter is the only technique that I've got equipped, and if the Digimon that I'm up against doesn't use a technique that counter can work on, then there's zero chance of me using any techniques, zero chance of me attacking. So there are some battles where counter would be the ideal technique to have equipped, because if, let's take Birdramon for example, her only attack is Prominence Beam, you can't counter Prominence Beam, so counter would be the ideal technique to have when battling Birdramon, because there'd be zero chance of me attacking Birdramon. So, you know, counter is something that has value in this challenge, which is why I'm aiming to try and learn counter. But there are some battles where counter could be risky, that being the battles where the Digimon that I'm against might use an attack that counter can work on. But before going any further with any of that, I've come here to try and get the first Olgamon battle out of the way. And if I'm successful, then I would like to then move on to the Monochromon shop. But for anything, I have to have this battle, I have to not attack. Okay, I picked distance in time, and you know how the rest of the battle is going to go. Although one key thing is that I have to be very careful with confusion, because Olgamon and the Agumons can both use Magma Bomb, which can cause confusion, and if I get confused then I might use Sonic Jab, and so if I get confused then I would want to use a Various as quickly as possible to take away the confusion. But that's pretty much the only thing that can go wrong. And having, you know, picked the distance command in time, as long as I remember to re-pick the distance command after using finishes, then the only other thing that I can think of that could possibly go wrong is getting confused and then attacking while confused before curing the confusion with a Various. A protective floppy would be particularly handy, but I don't have one on me, and the reason why I want to recruit Monochromon is because he works at the item shop and he sells protective floppies, so by recruiting him I can then buy protective floppies and then eliminate any risk of status harm being a problem. Ooh, got him twice. That was a very nice bonus. But at least we can now go past this area without the worry of Olgamon, without the worry of the battle getting in the way, since having defeated Olgamon, we now have a clear path, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. And when I feel like challenging Olgamon for the second time, he'll be available at the Olga Fortress. So, ready when we are. I have a go at the Monochromon shop and it ends unsuccessfully. But we are at a time where Dromolgemon still wants to sleep. And if we sleep now, then the time that we will wake up at will be the same than what it would have been had we slept as soon as Dromolgemon wanted to sleep. So we haven't lost any time by losing our first try at the Monochromon shop. We pretty much had that try for free, and now I move on to my next try, which also ends unsuccessfully. And Dromolgemon, I think, will want to sleep again after we make it through just one more shift. Goborimon, my favourite customer. Meat, my least favourite choice. Meat is worth such puny money that I always keep the regular price. I don't put myself through the stress of trying to raise the price. It's worth such little that I just don't see the point in straining over it. I just keep the regular price when meat is what they ask for. But as for portable potties and medicine, I do like to raise the price because you can make quite a bit of money from the portable potties and an awful lot of money from the medicine. My general attitude to the game, apart from the fact that I don't raise the price of meat, my general attitude is that when it comes to portable potties and medicine, when Goborimon is the customer, I try to raise the price to the maximum. I try to raise the price by all 5 steps, because I consider Goborimon to be the most easygoing customer, the most willing to pay maximum price. Gotsumon I consider to be less easygoing and less willing to pay big, and so I usually raise the price by 2 steps when it's Gotsumon. As for Weedmon, I consider him to be the most difficult customer, the most tight-fisted, and I usually only raise the price by 1 step when it's Weedmon. As for Muchomon, that Digimon seems to be extremely unpredictable. Like regardless of what you do, whether you raise the price, lower the price, maintain the price, there seems to always be a fair chance of him agreeing to the purchase, and there always seems to be a fair chance of him storming off, or at least responding by saying that he's not happy with the price. And seeing as Muchomon is so unpredictable, I usually just raise the price to the maximum, because I seem to have an equal chance regardless of what I do, and I just think it makes the most sense to charge the maximum and try and make the biggest profit if he does agree to pay the price. In order to recruit Monochromon, you have to reach a certain target, make a certain amount of profit. The target is somewhere between 3,000 and 3,100. If you make it up to 3,100 or more, then you'll be guaranteed to recruit Monochromon. The more money you make from each cell, then the better the chance of you reaching the target, but the more money you charge, the greater the risk of the Digimon storming off, which means that you don't make a cell, you don't make any money, and I think it also reduces the number of customers that you get by 1. But I am very close to the target. Portable Potty, if I sell that at the regular price, that will do it. Okay, we are there. And since I've reached the target, I might as well just keep the price here onwards to make quicker sales, just to make the time go by quicker. I know I said that with Weedmon I usually raise the price by 1 step, and he asked for a portable potty, and instead of raising the price by 1 step, I kept the price the same, and the reason for that is because I was in a position where selling the portable potty at the regular price would have been enough in order for me to reach the target, and I thought it made more sense to charge the regular price and increase the chances of Weedmon agreeing to purchase the portable potty, instead of raising the price unnecessarily and creating a bigger risk of Weedmon storming off and then possibly sabotaging the chances of us reaching the target that we're trying to reach. Now, Monochromon will be the Digimon working in the shop, so we can buy some protective floppies. Can't max out. Go halfway, buy 50 and still got a bit of money left over. I chose to put the protective floppies into the item bank and then take one back out, and I'm given a small recovery to Dromolgemon here to produce an animation because we're entering a new hour with Dromolgemon wanting to sleep. I'm heading to the Olga Fortress from here to battle Olgamon for the second time, and I want to go there with Dromolgemon wanting to sleep, because if I do successfully defeat Olgamon, then I want to sleep afterwards before going to the Great Canyon Bridge, and that's because of the Goborimon that's there. So I anticipated having problems with that Goborimon, so I thought that if I defeat Olgamon for the second time and save afterwards, then at least my progress will be safe should there be problems with the Great Canyon Bridge. I'm talking about, what needs to be done in order to recruit Shellmon. And there's items at the Olga Fortress, and I will want to collect these items, but I only have limited space in my inventory, and by only having one protective floppy, if I use that protective floppy at the start of the Olgamon battle, then I will then have an empty space in my inventory, which can be used to collect one of the items that are available at the Olga Fortress. collected the double flop there and then. I can use it in the Olgamon battle to recover 1500 HP, and then have an empty space in the inventory. Autopilot, that just gets added to my other autopilots and doesn't take up any further space. I want to produce the Ogumon skip here, which I did. I've got 99 portable potties, which is a problem because the computer here contains a portable potty. I can't take it out if I've already got 99, so give one to Dromodramon unnecessarily, and then I can take out the portable potty in the computer. So I need to pick distance straight away, and then my next priority needs to be to use a protective floppy. I pick distance in time, protective floppy, and now I don't need to worry about getting confused. Okay, well, I'm pleased to have defeated Olgamon. I also learnt Tremor from that battle, which wasn't intentional. But I'm pleased to have defeated Olgamon, because that's created the opportunity to recruit Xiaomon, who is a very useful recruit, because there are various Digimon who can't be recruited until after you've recruited Xiaomon. You have to recruit Xiaomon before it's possible to recruit a handful of other Digimon. And if I want to battle Olgamon for the third time, then I'll have to go to Friesland, because that's where he'll be next. And defeating him for the third time means recruiting Waymon. Focusing on the Great Canyon, though, and Goborimon, I begin by attempting the Goborimon skip. Which I do succeed at, and I speak to Xiaomon, and from here I would just have to go back and use the elevator to go back into the Olga Fortress, and then by going from the Olga Fortress to the Great Canyon, around to Friesland and back into the Great Canyon Bridge, Xiaomon will be there and will join the city after we speak to Xiaomon. Problem I had was the Goborimon, because I did try getting a big, I did try getting into a battle with Goborimon when Drumoldramon was a big distance away, but before the battle started, Drumoldramon then came up and was right next to Goborimon when the battle started, and used Sonic Jab before I could pick distance. And I then concluded that Sonic Jab probably isn't going to work, and that I would need a different technique, either counter or a long range technique. And you see I learnt Warcry there. I returned to the city, and I decided to try learning techniques. I started off with Sonic Jab. I learnt Dynamite Kick with Gabumon. I learnt Tremor from the second Olgamon battle, and I just learnt Warcry. And the technique that I'm aiming for is counter, and instead of having to train my brains up to 450 in order to be able to learn a new technique, I decided to repeatedly praise and scold Drumoldramon until his happiness and discipline were both virtually at the minimum. You can see that's what I'm doing, but speed it up. Okay, and I did that to get the butterfly, which causes your Digimon's happiness to go back up. You only get the butterfly when your happiness and discipline is very low. The butterfly causes your Digimon's happiness to go back up, but also causes your stats to go down. So my brains went back down to 349. I scold Dremolgemon to briefly get rid of the butterfly. Then I trained my brains again, and I learnt Megaton Punch. See, by having the butterfly, I was able to get my brains back down to under 350, then train it back to 350, and learn another technique, which in that case was Megaton Punch. And now I want to have the butterfly put my brains back down to under 350 again, so that I can train it back up to 350 and have the opportunity to learn a technique again. Downsides, the butterfly is lowering all of my stats and not just my brains, so all of my stats are being negatively affected. And I think the butterfly also shortens your Digimon's lifespan as well. So I don't want to sustain too much damage from the butterfly. I'm using it to help with learning techniques, but damage really needs to be kept to a minimum. Butterfly is back. Brains is under 350 again. Counter learnt. Fantastic. Now I have no use for the butterfly, so I now bring my happiness back up by repeatedly praising Dremolgemon. My happiness is now in the positive, and I now try to improve my discipline by offering items to Dremolgemon, low value items, so small recoveries, and the hope is that he declines the item, so I can then scold him, boost his discipline. I then move so that there's the possibility that he'll decline again when I offer him another small recovery, and keep going, and you can see my discipline is in the positive as well. And I'd like to try and get back the stats that I lost. So my HP is back in the 3000 club. My brains is plenty good enough. Defense and speed are low. But I'm more focused on my attack. I am keen to recruit Shalmon, and with Counter learnt, I'm now heading back to the Great Canyon, and I'm going to try and defeat the Goborimon. I'm going to use Counter and hope that when he uses Sonic Jab, I don't counter it. And if all is good, then I'll be able to recruit Shalmon. And I'm going to the Great Canyon while Dromodramon wants to sleep, so I can sleep just before the Goborimon battle, save, and then reload should things be unsuccessful. Using Counter is risky if you're against a Digimon who uses an attack that can be countered, because there's always the chance that you will use Counter. I mean, it has an appeal in that you know, your Digimon, if Counter's all you've got, then you won't attack unless a certain attack is used against you, and then you might use Counter. But if you're against a Digimon that doesn't use an attack that can be countered, then there's no chance of you using Counter. Since Sonic Jab didn't serve us against the Goborimon, I thought that I would try Counter just to see how it goes. But there's no risk of my Dromodramon going straight up to the Goborimon and attacking it, because that's not how Counter works. It's just about hoping that Goborimon uses Sonic Jab as little as possible, and that if he does use Sonic Jab, then I don't counter it. Because out of the attacks that Goborimon uses, Sonic Jab is the only one that you can use Counter on. Oh wait, Megaton Punch. No problem with Spitfire. I've been lucky so far, but I am solely relying on luck. finish gorge is there. We're using a finish. Will we defeat him in one? Yes, just about. So we just have to backtrack to the Olga Fortress, collect the items that are there, carry on through to the Great Canyon, from the Great Canyon go to Friesland, to the Great Canyon Bridge, and Shaomon will be there, and speak to Shaomon and they'll join the city afterwards. This room here only becomes available after you defeat Olgamon for the second time. I like to collect every item. Inventory's full, so I would have to either use something or discard something. I chose to throw away 2,000 bits and discard the super attack disc. You know, all I was going to do is sell it and get 2,000 bits, but I decided to discard it just so that I could make room for the last item, a sirloin, which is worth less than 2,000 bits, but I'm at a stage where it's easy to grind serious money by trading medium recoveries for super defense discs, so I'm not going to lose any sleep over losing a bit of money every here and there. The plan was to go to the Great Canyon Bridge and recruit Shaomon, but I ended up forgetting about Shaomon, and instead I went and battled Birdramon. Good thing about this battle is that there's no chance at all of me attacking Birdramon, because I've only got counter, and Birdramon's only technique is Prominence Beam, which can't be countered. The only thing is that Prominence Beam can flatten, so I would have to make sure that distance is what I've got selected if I was to become flattened. talk about weak finishes. Well, I suppose the most important thing is that we got there in the end. Birdramon will fly us back to the city, so if we want to recruit Xiaomon, then we'll have to go back from the city to the Great Canyon, and the quickest way of doing that is by using the Birdra transport. All the item chips that I'm collecting are to be reserved in the item bank, along with other items as well. I'm not going to be doing the whole game with Dramoldramon. He is going to fade away at some point, and then we will be using a different Digimon instead. And the item chips are to be reserved for my next Digimon, or if not the next Digimon, then a later Digimon, and we can then, aim to get the best possible stats with the item chips that we've been holding on to. I'm concerned by how weak my finishes are, particularly against some Digimon, so I'm training my attack, hoping that will make my finishes more powerful. With Xiaomon recruited, Seedramon will show up at the Dragon Eye Lake at the set times. I think it's 8 AM and 5 PM. By the time we caught Xiaomon, it was already too late to catch Seedramon on this day, And Dromodramon will be sleeping at 8 AM, because usually Dromodramon starts wanting to sleep at about 6 AM and he wakes up at about 4 PM. So it would be possible to catch Seadramon shortly after Dromodramon wakes up. If we were to go to Beetle Land now, though, then we would only be able to recruit Kawagamon. We wouldn't be able to also recruit Carpentarimon, and that's down to the fact that we haven't recruited Greymon yet, and you have to recruit Greymon in order to be able to recruit Carpentarimon. Well, with Dromodramon being close to wanting to sleep, my decision was to head to the drill tunnel from here so we can move the large boulder and go to the lava cave, and then just before battling Miramon, we can sleep and save and attempt to battle Miramon, and if things don't go well, then we can reload. Problem with this battle is that when you start the battle, your Digimon is very close to Miramon, and having Sonic Jab equipped was no good, because Dromodramon just immediately used Sonic Jab before I was able to pick distance. So I decided to try my luck with Counter instead, have Counter equipped as my technique, and hope that Dromodramon doesn't counter Dynamite Kick, the only technique that Miramon uses which can be countered. So I need to wait until Digimon wants to sleep, which is now. He doesn't want anything else. I don't need to worry about picking distance in time, because counter is the technique we've got. What we need to worry about is Digimon using counter when Miramon uses Dynamite Kick, so we do have to rely on luck in this battle. I think I'm losing track with my prosperity points. I know Palmon brought it up to 16, and since then I defeated Dramoljamon and Otamamon, but neither of those battles resulted in a recruitment. Defeated Olgamon twice, but haven't recruited Olgamon yet. I recruited Monochromon, that would bring it up to 18 prosperity points. I need to speak to that Dramoljamon there, and then come back in 3 days' time and he'll be finished, and he'll join the city if we speak to him again. It's currently day 12, so we need to come back on day 15, or later. Day 15, that's the day in which the rain plant will be available. Monochromon brought it up to 8, well, Monochromon 18 prosperity points, Birdramon 20 prosperity points. Shalmon 22 prosperity points, Miramon 24 prosperity points, and I'm trying to think if I've made any other recruitments that I might have overlooked. Well, if there's no one else, then 24 prosperity points is where I'm at. We are on the hour, well, one of the hours in which Seedramon is available. So it's very important to get to the Dragon Eye Lake in time to catch Seedramon and request friendship from him so that he will give us the blue flute, and then there will be the option of going to Beetle Land whenever we please. We can only recruit Kawagamon at the moment, but at least by giving ourselves access to Beetle Land, it's there available to us and we can return at any point. And if we were to recruit Greymon, then we can go to Beetle Land and recruit Carbalterimon. I believe you get 2 prosperity points for Seedramon, even though he doesn't join the city, and then 2 each for Kawagamon and Carbalterimon. If we are at 24 prosperity points, then Seedramon and Kawagamon combined will bring it up to 28 prosperity points. So I was, keeping tally, but I sort of started to forget after recruiting Palmon. Beetle Land is also the home of some very effective equipment, very effective training equipment. Ooh, what's that item? Golden Acorn. That's an item that doesn't show up much. So in here, I think, is where the Carbalterimons are. And it's also equipment that boosts HP and attack, and by quite a margin. And then this boosts attack, and by quite a margin. Beetle Land has training equipment, a Kawagamon who allows you to rest, if you go to Beetle Land with food in your inventory, then you'll be able to feed your Digimon. The only thing Beetle Land lacks is a toilet. With our attack into the 500 club, hopefully our finishes will now do a bit more damage. So this will be where the Kawagamons are. This is the one who will join the city, and the equipment here boosts speed and defense, but there's no equipment that boosts HP or MP, not in Beetle Land. At the Green Gym, you have a piece of equipment that boosts all of your stats. 6 pieces of equipment, each boosting one of your stats, so combined they boost all of your stats. And then there's pieces of equipment in other parts of the game. Trash Mountain has the giant turd that greatly boosts your MP. Misty Trees, there's Cherrymon who trains your brains. Beetle Land, you've got equipment that boosts attack, HP, attack, speed and defense, but not one that boosts MP or brains. A moment ago I think I said that there's no equipment that boosts HP or MP, but I was wrong about that. There's one that boosts HP, and then the others boost attack, defense and speed. Gear Savannah has a couple pieces of equipment. I think it possibly boosts speed and attack. Ice Sanctuary has a couple. I think it boosts HP and defense. And that's all I can think of off the top of my head. I did try to defeat Greymon with Dramoljamon, and unfortunately I didn't have any joy. At the start of the battle, I was very close to Greymon, and I didn't have any joy with Sonic Jab. Dramoljamon just attacked with it straight away. So I tried using counter instead, and I would progress some of the way into the battle, but unfortunately there kept coming a point where Digimon would use counter, and then I would fail the challenge, because Greymon uses Dynamite Kick, Red Inferno and Magma Bomb, and you can counter Dynamite Kick. And, he used Dynamite Kick a fair bit, and there kept coming a point where Digimon used counter on Dynamite Kick. Oh, Ice Mushrooms there. So I decided to put Greymon aside. But I've come here to Friesland to speak to Waymon and try to defeat Olgamon for the 3rd time. Olgamon and Warusidramon don't use any attacks that counter can work on, but Gabumon does, and although Gabumon usually gets defeated really quickly, there is still the chance of him attacking us and us using counter on his attack. So I took out counter and equipped Sonic Jab, because there is enough distance in order for you to be able to pick the distance command in time. And I'm hoping that Olgamon uses as many tremors as possible before getting defeated by the Warusidramon, because I want Warusidramon to take as much damage as possible, so that it will take less finishes in order for us to defeat Warusidramon. Warusidramon will be the last Digimon standing. Protective floppy, so there's no risk of us getting confused and using Sonic Jab while confused. But, Warusidramon will be the last Digimon standing. We will defeat him with finishes, and it would be really helpful if Olgamon can use Tremor as much as possible and damage Warusidramon, so that they'll then take less finishes for us to defeat Warusidramon. But at the moment, he's at maximum HP. Whereas Olgamon's HP is down to about a third. There's Tremor. That hit, that did a bit of damage. A load more of those would do nicely. But Olgamon's not going to attack while paralysed. And this will finish Olgamon off unless he blocks it, which he didn't. So now we're on our own. Well, our attack is over 500, which is, more than what it was in any of the previous battles. Hopefully we will do more damage than what we have been doing in some of our battles. Against Birdramon we only did about 700. Hopefully we're going to do more than that. Mm. 900 is hardly fantastic. looks like it's going to take 4 more finishes to defeat Digimon. But all we can do is just keep our distance and pass the time while waiting for our finish gorge to fill up. since we're in Friesland, I decide to go to the Moldjamons and trade my remaining medium recoveries for super defense discs. And it did look like the game might have frozen here, and I became concerned. But it didn't freeze. The game continued. The Waymon will join the city, which I think will put us up to 30 prosperity points, and will mean that we'll have access to Factorial Town. And under these restrictions, in a challenge like this, Factorial Town is pretty much the definition of Dreamland, and the reason for that is because counter works a treat under these restrictions. Guromon, Numamon, and Metal Mumemon are the Digimon that you have to battle in Factorial Town in order to recruit those Digimon, as well as Andromon, and none of them use an attack that counter can work on. So by having counter as your only technique, there won't be any risk of you attacking those Digimon in battle. Between them, they use Delete Program, Devolve Program, DG Dimension, Pulse Laser or Range Beam, Metal Splinter, Skunk Spray, and Ultimate Poop Bomb. Counter doesn't work on any of those techniques. So I really don't anticipate any issues at all with Factorial Town. And I've chosen to go to the Great Canyon, and I'm going to the Olga Fortress from here. And that's because I believe that Nanimon will now be at the Olga Fortress, since we've defeated Olgamon for the 3rd time and recruited Waymon. I think that's what you need to do in order for Nanimon to spawn at the Olga Fortress. So if we speak to him, then that will mean that we've spoken to him at one of his 5 locations, and he'll also drop the accessory that will enable us to carry 20 items instead of 10. There he is. And there's the accessory. I'm not going to Factorial Town, I'm just going to the secret beach cave, help myself to the Misty Egg, and sell it for a bit of money. Olgamon will now be at the drill tunnel, and that's the last place you battle him. If you defeat him at the drill tunnel, then he'll join the city afterwards. And I equipped counter as my technique because none of the attacks that will be used against us are attacks that counter can work on. Tremor, magma bomb, heat laser, fire tower, spitfire. You can't use counter against any of those techniques, so there's no risk at all of us attacking in the battle. Just a case of how long is it going to take in order for us to defeat Olgamon. I would think we're probably looking at 3 or 4 finishes. Damn it, that's annoying. That's a finish wasted. Oh, I got him twice. That sort of makes up for the finish that we lost. I believe that's now 32 prosperity points, and we're not currently able to go any further with the drill tunnel. Dramoljamon won't be done until day 15, so we can't recruit him yet. Leomon's Ancestor's Cave won't be available until we've got a minimum of 45 prosperity points, so we can't see to that either. We did read Shalmon's notice board and the article about a UFO, and if we go back to where the crop circle was, we will acknowledge that there's no longer just one crop circle. And then if we check the notice board again, I think it's when we've got a minimum of 45 prosperity points, there'll be the article saying about an alien Digimon, and then if we come back here, Vadermon will show up and join the city. I'm having Birdramon take us to Gear Savannah so we can go to the Gecko Swamp and from there go to the Misty Trees. And the reason why I'm going there is because I'm hoping to defeat and recruit Gabumon. It won't be a good idea to have counter because Gabumon uses Warcry, Dynamite Kick and Megaton Punch. You can use counter on both Megaton Punch and Dynamite Kick. So instead, if we have Sonic Jab, which is a close range attack, and hopefully be able to approach Gabumon with Dramoldramon being quite a way behind us, so then he'll be quite away from the Gabumon, hopefully far enough away in order for us to pick the distance command before he's able to make it up to the Gabumon and attack him. By no means will we be done with the Misty Trees though, because there's still Kokatorimon, who's only available during a brief period in the morning and not available at the moment. And there's Toy Town as well. I don't know if that's classed as part of the Misty Trees, but whichever way you look at it, Toy Town is something that's yet to be done. We haven't even spoken to Cherrymon yet. I've certainly got a big gap between us and Gabumon. A big enough gap for us to select distance, and hopefully this won't take any more than 2 finishes. And there's no advantage in getting paralysed, so the use of a protective floppy made sense. Stop us from getting paralysed by his Megaton punches and dynamite kicks. Oh, that's him taken care of. 2 finishes, as I anticipated. I think that's 33 prosperity points, so pretty much a third of the way through the game. But the aim is to just get as many prosperity points as possible, and it might not be possible to get 100 prosperity points. You know, under these restrictions, there might be some Digimon we can't defeat in battle, and some Digimon we can't recruit. So we might not be able to make it up to 100 prosperity points. I'm heading to the Dino region because I would like to challenge Tyrannomon. I'm going to stick with Sonic Jab, because I know that Tyrannomon does use at least one technique that counter can work on, so I'm going to keep Sonic Jab, and I hope that there will be enough distance between us and Tyrannomon so that we can defeat him without the use of any attacks. Yeah, well, there certainly is a fair bit of distance, but I still need to be quick. Managed it. And now you know how the rest of the battle is going to go. And it looks like I haven't used a protective floppy. Well, getting paralysed isn't the end of the world, but Tyrannomon can also cause confusion, because of Buster Dive, and that would be a problem, so I used the protected floppy, but I should have done that at the beginning of the battle. It obviously slipped my mind. So probably 2 more finishes required. Still gonna need 1 more. Despite defeating Tyrannomon, I'm not going to go any further with the Dino region just yet. I would like to save before battling Meteormon. If I was to go straight to Meteormon from here, and it was to go badly, then I would lose the progress of defeating Tyrannomon. So I decide to return to the city from here, but the Dino region was something that I kept in mind. Meteormon uses Tremor, Megaton Punch, Meltdown and Magma Bomb. Counter can work against Megaton Punch. So, if possible, it would probably be ideal to defeat Meteormon with Sonic Jab equipped. If that's not possible, then I have to reconsider how to go about it. Now the next hour is midnight, which is one of the hours in which the shift change at Factorial Town takes place. Midnight and midday, Dramoljamon sleeps. Well, Dramoljamon misses midday because of when he sleeps and when he wakes up. But he is awake for midnight. It's less than an hour until the shift change, so I choose to go to Factorial Town. But I don't actually battle any Digimon. I don't battle Guromon or Numamon or Metal Mumemon or anything like that. I simply make it past the guards, go to, you know, the sort of the later parts of the Factorial Town. I collect the items that are available, but then I return to the city because battling the Digimon in Factorial Town is something that I want to put on hold until my next lifespan, when I have a different Digimon. So I wait here until the shift change. Just my plan is to have a Digimon with much better stats and a more powerful finish in my next lifespan. So Factorial Town is something that I want to reserve until then, and I simply make it past the guards so that they will no longer be there. So in my next lifespan I can go to Factorial Town whenever I want. I'll be able to go straight to Guromon. I won't have to go at a specific time in order to make it past the guards, because they've already been taken care of. They are no longer there, and it's just going to be random Digimon there instead. And it's day 14, which means that it's only 24 hours until day 15, the day in which the rain plant features, and we can help ourselves to the rain plant and use that to recruit Digimon. And if we purchase a super carrot from Digimon, then we will be in a position where we can recruit Moldramon. Day 15 is also the day in which Moldramon will be done digging at the drill tunnel, and if we go to him and speak to him, then he'll join the city afterwards. Buy a super carrot from Digimon, get an Omni Floppy by trading the super carrot with the Moldramon, trade that Omni Floppy with the Moldramon who wants an Omni Floppy, and then that just leaves the Black Trout and Digianchovy, which we've already got. Initially, I decide to pass the time by doing more training and getting my stats a bit better. It's not long until Moldramon wants to sleep, and that will pass a bit of time, and then when we wake up, I believe it will only be 8 hours until the next day. Okay, Moldramon does want to sleep. I took the precaution of saving, and I'm now going to the Misty Trees because Kokatorimon is currently available, and the next hour, which is only a few minutes away, is the last hour in which Kokatorimon will be available until the next day. So I'm making the most of the opportunity to battle Kokatorimon. We have just entered the last hour in which he will be available. And I anticipate a difficult battle because I don't think my finishes are going to do much damage, and I think that I am going to sustain a lot of damage from Megalospark plus his finishes. So this is the area that he's at. Sonic Jab is my choice of attack, and I want to try and get a big lead. Okay, we managed to pick distance in time. But I do think we have a tough battle ahead of us. The use of the protective floppy will make it a bit easier because we won't get paralysed. I think this is going to be a time-consuming battle, which is going to force a lot of medium recoveries out of us. Under 1,000. So it looks like it's going to take another 4 finishes. That's the Battle 1. And Gabumon made it 33 prosperity points. And my mind's gone a bit blank. I'm trying to think if there's been any other recruitments. If not, then Kokatorimon has made it 35 prosperity points, and it looks like Dramoldramon has been overworked because the sweat bubble has appeared. Best sleep straight away. Don't want to be walking around with the sweat bubble. And instead of going straight back to the city, I decide to speak to Cherrymon so that he clears the fog and then moves aside. But I don't go to Toy Town, I just speak to Cherrymon so that the Misty Trees will appear on the list of destinations that Birdramon can take you to. So it just means that in the future I'll have a quicker way of getting to the Misty Trees should I need to for whatever reason. I'd like to top back up on medium recoveries. The defense chip can go in the item bank along with all the other item chips that I've got. We're getting closer to day 15. And what better way to pass the time than with a bit of training. We're only 6 hours away, well, 5 1/4 I suppose, so we'll probably only have to train 5 more times in order to make it up to day 15. Just need 1 more hour to pass. That's done the trick. And if we were to speak to Palmon today and be given giant meats and recruit Vegemon on the same day, then Vegemon won't give us sirloins because we would have already been given giant meats on the same day. So if we just collect the rain plant and not speak to Palmon and go to the tropical jungle and recruit Vegemon, then if we speak to Vegemon we will be given sirloins, which is better than giant meats, and then we can buy a super carrot from him just after. And then we will be able to recruit Moldramon. The only thing I will say is that if we do recruit Moldramon, then that will result in the item shop being set up in the city, because we haven't yet had the secret item shop opened, and so the moment we recruit a Digimon who works at the secret item shop, the secret item shop will be opened, and that means that if we go to the Digimon bridge and go to the trigger spot for Ninjamon, then Ninjamon will show up, and that's something we need to be mindful of. Due to the shortcut that's been created by Kunamon, we can go from the File City to the Digimon Bridge to the Tropical Jungle, and we can go from the Tropical Jungle to the Digimon Bridge to File City, but if we use the shortcut to go from File City to the Digimon Bridge and then go down as if we're trying to go to Kunamon's bed, then we will be challenged by Ninjamon. So after recruiting Moldramon, if I want to go to Kunamon's bed and want to avoid Ninjamon, then I would have to go the long way around, go through the native forest to Kunamon's bed that way, and I wouldn't be able to go from there to the Digimon Bridge with the intention of either going to the Tropical Jungle or using the shortcut back to the city, because I would get challenged by Ninjamon. So go to the Moldramon who wants the super carrot first, and trade the super carrot from Omni Floppy, then go to the Moldramon who wants the Omni Floppy, trade the Omni Floppy and the Digi-Anchovy, then go to the Moldramon who wants a black trout, trade the black trout, the Moldramon will join the city, and then go back to the Moldramon who wanted the Omni Floppy and trade all of my medium recoveries for super defense discs and then sell them at a profit. Since I had to come here anyway, I thought it would make sense to tie in doing the Moldramon money trick and getting a bit of extra money. I always do it so that that Moldramon there is the one who joins the city, because the last Moldramon that you do the last trade with is always the Moldramon who joins the city, and when Moldramon does join the city, you lose the ability to do trades with that individual Moldramon, whereas the other two Moldramons stay in Friesland and you can continue to trade with them. And when it comes to the available trades, the Moldramon who joined the city is the one who I value the least. So I always make sure that he's the one who joins the city, because I feel like I'm losing less by losing the ability to trade with that Moldramon, as opposed to recruiting one of the other two Moldramons and losing the ability to trade with one of them. So I always make sure that I trade all 3 items with the other 2 Moldramons first, and then do the final trade with the Moldramon that joined the city, so that he's the one who joins the city, and I feel like I'm losing less by losing the ability to trade with him, instead of losing the ability to trade with either of the other Moldramons. I believe we are now at 39 prosperity points, because I think Kokatorimon made it 35, Vegiemon made it 37, Moldramon made it 39, and I believe I did try to defeat Ninjamon with Dramoldramon, but I didn't have any joy, because when you go into the battle with Ninjamon, your positioning is fixed. You're always within close distance of Ninjamon, and I kept doing Sonic Jab before I was able to pick distance, and I then tried to just have counter as my technique, but I kept countering Dynamite Kick, and that kept killing the challenge, so I then decided to put Ninjamon aside the same way that I put Greymon aside. I'm going back to the Dino region from here, to try and defeat Meteormon. I don't think it'd be a good idea to have counter as my technique, because it's possible to counter Megaton Punch, which is one of the techniques that Meteormon uses. So I think if it's possible to battle Meteormon in a way where you enter the battle with a fair distance between your Digimon and Meteormon, then I think that it would be possible to pick distance in time before you attack, if the attack that you have selected is a close range attack, such as Sonic Jab. I don't want to speak too soon, but if there are no issues with not attacking Meteormon, then I think that Meteormon will be an easier win than some of the other Digimon that I've been up against more recently. Because I think Meteormon generally has lower stats and lower HP than the likes of Kokatorimon, Warusidramon, so I think I will take less damage from Meteormon, and I think it will take less finishes in order to defeat him, so I do think I will have less trouble with defeating Meteormon than some of the other Digimon that I've been up against lately, providing I'm able to, battle him without attacking him. I sleep first so that I can save in the area that Meteormon is in, so if it goes badly and I attack him, then all I have to do is reload. It's quite a small area, so I'm not sure there's the potential for me to get a huge lead on Dremolgemon before speaking to Meteormon. It doesn't matter, I managed to pick distance in time. And it's very important to use a protective floppy, because Magma Bomb can confuse, and Magma Bomb is one of the attacks that Meteormon uses. And if I was to get confused, then I might attack with Sonic Jab and fail the challenge. But I'm safe from confusion, as well as paralysis, which can come from Megaton Punch and Meltdown. 3,400 HP. When I think about the amount of damage that I will likely do, I'm hoping that this will take no more than 3 finishes. If I can do 1,200 damage with my finish, then 3 finishes is what it will take. Doing a good job at blocking his attacks so far. My finish does 1,243, so it's certainly plausible for me to defeat him with 3 finishes. I've already used 1, so that leaves 2 more. Okay, it will definitely only take 1 more finish. Meteormon taken care of, so we just have to speak to Tyrannomon and he'll join the city afterwards. There's 1 bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. There it is, but I speeded the video up so it was very brief for you. If I went through that bit of text at regular speed, then my game might have frozen, so to prevent that from happening, I have to go through that bit of text slowly. And instead of returning to Tyrannomon and speaking to him and recruiting him, I instead just went straight back to the city with an autopilot. And that's because I don't actually want to recruit Tyrannomon yet, because Tyrannomon is one of the Digimon who works at the restaurant, and for the time being, I want Miramon to be the only Digimon working at the restaurant, I've already recruited Miramon, so he's working at the restaurant, and for the time being I want him to be the only Digimon working at the restaurant, which means that I don't want to recruit any of the other Digimon who work at the restaurant just yet. So that's Tyrannomon, Frigimon, Garulamon, Vadermon, Digitamamon. But Vadermon and Digitamamon are way off. But you know, the other... Oh, I'm fading away, I think. Yeah. The other restaurant Digimon, I want to put them on hold for the time being, because I want Miramon to be the only Digimon working in the restaurant at the moment. And that's for reasons that will make sense later on. Although it probably won't become clear until the next video, you know, the part 2 of this challenge. I chose the pink egg, and there are a handful of things that I do need to do in this lifespan, a handful of things that need to be done, certain things that have to be fulfilled, certain progress that needs to be made. But I won't be, when it comes to recruiting Digimon, getting into battles and stuff, I won't be making much progress in that respect. There's just other things that I will be aiming to do in this lifespan, and then it will be a case of waiting until I fade away, and then in my next lifespan I will then be aiming to do the rest of the game, or at least as much as possible. The first thing that I aim to do is to upgrade the gym. There are 6 pieces of equipment at the gym. I'm currently using the one that boosts HP, and if you train on the same piece of equipment, I think it's 10 times, when you have either a baby Digimon or an in-training Digimon, then you end up upgrading that piece of equipment, which means that the stat boost that you get from training increases, and it's a permanent increase, so you won't lose the increase that you get. You know, once you get it, it's there for good, and you can upgrade all 6 of the pieces of equipment by doing what I just said. Train 10 times on the piece of equipment that boosts HP to upgrade the piece of equipment that boosts HP. Do the same with the pieces of equipment that boost attack, defense and speed in order to upgrade those pieces of equipment, and train at the pieces of equipment that boosts MP, train on that in order to upgrade that piece of equipment plus the piece of equipment that boosts your brains. Because I don't think it's possible to upgrade the piece of equipment that boosts your brains by training brains. I think you have to train your MP in order to do it. When you upgrade the piece of equipment that boosts your MP, I think that also upgrades. But I think that's the only way of... Okay, I don't think I wanted to do that. I think that's the only way of upgrading the piece of equipment that boosts brains. And the upgrade, you can only do it once to each piece of equipment. So you can only increase the HP boost that you get once, and the same with, you know, attack, defense, speed, brains, MP. You know, you can only cause the increase once. You know, you can't continue to increase it. Normally your Digimon would digivolve to a rookie Digimon before it's possible to upgrade the whole of the green gym. Okay, you saw there that the HP boost that I got was 72. That means I have now upgraded the piece of equipment that boosts HP, because the boost that I got went from 64 up to 72, and now I'm working on the piece of equipment that boosts attack. Yeah, normally your Digimon would digivolve to a rookie before you are able to upgrade the whole of the green gym. However, there is a Tainomon bug which makes it possible to upgrade the whole of the green gym in just one lifespan, and the bug is a bug which prevents Tainomon from digivolving. In order for Tainomon to digivolve, either you need her attack to not be her highest stat, or you need her weight to be within the range of 10 to 20. If you don't fulfill either of those requirements, then Tainomon doesn't digivolve. If your attack is your highest stat, you know, if your attack is superior to the rest of your stats, and if your weight is not within the range of 10 to 20, so if your weight is either below 10 or above 20, then that will mean that you're not fulfilling enough of the requirements in order to digivolve to either of Tainomon's rookie Digimon, Palmon and Betamon, and so Tainomon doesn't digivolve, and she won't digivolve unless either your weight goes to being within the range of 10 to 20, or if one of your other stats overtakes your attack. So when I upgraded HP first, and I also, when training HP, I got an attack boost as well. You know, my attack went up when training my HP, and then I moved on to upgrading the piece of equipment that trains your attack, and I'm doing that to upgrade it and also to make sure that my attack is the highest stat, so that combined with having my weight under 10 will mean being able to prevent Tainomon from digivolving, and so I will have time to upgrade the whole of the green gym without Tainomon digivolving, and then when it's time to move on, I can then train one of my stats so that it overtakes my attack, and then I digivolve to a rookie and can proceed from there. Okay, attack has been upgraded. But I might need to go a bit further with it though, because I need it to be superior to the rest of the stats. And when training the other stats, in the interest of upgrading the equipment, it is possible that that a stat might overtake my attack and then I digivolve. So I might have to train my attack a bit more just to keep it ahead of the rest of the stats. 99 attack, that's the equivalent of 990 HP, 990 MP, 99 defense, 99 speed, 99 brains. So as long as HP and MP stay under 990 and the others stay under 99, then I don't think there's any current risk of Tainomon digivolving. And if I haven't collected sirloins today, then now is pretty much my last chance to do so. Looks like that's what I'm doing. And then it's only going to be just over half an hour until the next day, where there will be more sirloins available. But I don't want to just stand next to Digimon for the time to pass. You know, I've returned to the Green Gym and I can go back to Digimon at any stage tomorrow and collect the next batch of sirloins. MP is useless, but I have to train my MP to upgrade the piece of equipment that boosts your brains. That is the only reason why I'm doing this. I don't care about MP. I don't care about upgrading the piece of equipment that boosts your MP. It's just about brains. I'm doing this just to upgrade a piece of equipment that boosts your brains. I've already upgraded the pieces of equipment that boost HP and attack, so once I'm done with MP and brains, that will just leave defense and speed. I think my MP will overtake my attack if I go any further with my MP. So I'm going to have to train my attack so that it will stay ahead of my MP. So that's the equivalent of 1,080. Okay, upgrade is complete, 1,024, so it's less than my attack. That just leaves speed and defense left to do. Before I digivolve from Tainomon to a rookie Digimon, I do also plan to go to Friesland with Tainomon and give her my mouldy meat to make her sick. And Tainomon is a Digimon that can't tolerate the cold very well, so by making Tainomon sick, by giving her the mouldy meat in Friesland, we will then get rescued by Frigimon, which will mean taking the first step towards recruiting Frigimon. But the second stage of recruiting him, the stage where you return to him with a Digimon who can tolerate the cold and speak to him, that's something that gets put on hold for the time being, because I said that I didn't want to recruit Tyrannomon just yet, because I wanted Miramon to be the only Digimon working at the restaurant. And for that same reason, I want to put on hold recruiting Frigimon. So even though I'll take the first step towards recruiting him, I will refrain from going back to him and speaking to him with a Digimon who can tolerate the cold, thus recruiting him, because I want to not recruit any more of the restaurant Digimon for the time being. When I do digivolve to a rookie, my plan is to then digivolve to Numamon. In order to digivolve to Numamon, you have to not fulfill enough of the requirements in order to digivolve to any of the rookie Digimon's natural Digivolutions, any of the natural champions. So to help with not fulfilling the requirements for any natural champion Digimon, I would want my HP and MP to both be below 1,000, and for my attack, defense, speed and brains to all be below 100. That way I won't fulfill any of the stat requirements for any of the... Okay, speed's been upgraded. I won't fulfill any of the stat requirements for any of the natural champion Digimon, because my stats will be below the thresholds. HP and MP would both be under 1000. Attack, defense, speed and brains will be under 100. Due to the training that I'm doing, the upgrading of the gym, some of my stats will be above the thresholds. Some of them already are above the thresholds, and because of that I will have to use the butterfly in order to bring my stats back down. So repeatedly praise and scold my Digimon to minimise happiness and discipline. Get the butterfly, have the butterfly refill my happiness while lowering my stats, so that when I'm a rookie I won't fulfill any of the stat requirements for any of the Digivolutions, and that will go a long way with Digivolving to Numamon. I'll just have to make sure that I don't fulfill enough of the other requirements in order for my Digimon to Digivolve to a natural champion. With our discipline at the maximum, Tainomon will hold on to the toilet long enough in order for us to train once more before going to the toilet. And I'm now completely done with the green gym because my defense went from 6 to 7, so defense is upgraded as well, along with all of the other pieces of equipment. And I choose to repeatedly praise and scold Tainomon to get my happiness and discipline down and get the butterfly, because my stats are over, or some of them are over the thresholds. Well, the butterfly is there, so our stats are going down. And while we are here at Friesland, oh, another ice mushroom, I make the most of the opportunity to do more trading with the Moldramons, trade in my medium recoveries for super defense discs. My number of medium recoveries isn't quite at 99, but the one Digimushroom that I found can be turned into a medium recovery. Don't have any more. That's us done with the trades. Stats are going down nicely. I just wait for the happiness to reach the positive before I offer an autopilot, which inevitably gets declined. I put my protective floppies up to 98 instead of 99 because there is one protective floppy that I can think of which I'm probably going to be collecting, and that will put the total up to 99. Right, well, something needs to overtake my attack. Speed is only 3 behind, so I only need to train speed once in order for it to overtake my attack and for the Digivolution to go ahead. Obviously the speed's gone up to being over 100. The Digivolution from Tainomon to a Rookie Digimon will put my stats up by a small amount, and some of the other stats might go over the threshold. So I did more praising and scolding so that I'll be able to get the butterfly again, because I think my stats need to go down lower in order for me to be able to digivolve from a rookie Digimon to Numamon, and in this case the rookie Digimon is Palmon. Attack and speed both need to go down. There's the butterfly. I'll wait here for it to take its toll. All of my stats are now under the threshold, so I'm not fulfilling any of the stat requirements for any of Palmon's natural Digivolutions. From here, it's pretty much just a case of passing the time until Palmon digivolves. So I'm just going to be resting, and I'll be resting to try and pass the time as quickly as possible, and I'm going to be resting on the chair here in Digimon's house, and then I will go to the toilet whenever Palmon needs the toilet, which is now, and I'll then go back to the chair, continue to rest, continue to take Palmon to the toilet when she needs the toilet, sleep when she wants to sleep, and also grab sirloins from Vegemon. I'm also going to be not feeding Palmon, because not feeding Palmon will count as a care mistake. It will also result in us having low weight, and having a high number of care mistakes I think will rule out most of Palmon's natural Digivolutions. I think the only one it doesn't rule out is Vegemon, because the requirement for Vegemon is to have a minimum of 5 care mistakes, so I will be fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Vegemon, but I don't think I'll be fulfilling the requirement for any of Palmon's other natural Digivolutions. And by having my weight at the minimum, I don't think I'll be fulfilling the weight requirement for any of Palmon's natural Digivolutions. go into Digimon to speak to him and be given sirloins. And then before sleeping, I wait for the food bubble to go away so that I definitely get the care mistake of not feeding Powermon. And then after it did go away, I then slept. When I wake up, it'll be a new day, so there'll be more sirloins available for us. There they are. And now I just go back to Digimon's house, continue resting, and continue to repeat the process. I decided to speed the video up because it's just me doing much the same stuff over and over. I don't want the video becoming too tedious or repetitive or boring, so I thought speed the video up, make it not as long, not as time consuming, and hopefully it will prove to be less boring for you viewers. When you... oh, it looks like we're digivolving. I was about to say something regarding digivolutions, but it looks like we are digivolving as it is. And Numamon is the Digimon that we have digivolved to, so brilliant news there.